దానిలో చూశారు. ఎప్పుడేమంటావు? ఇప్పుడు కూడా అదే అంటాను. ఎందుకు? నాకు కాబోయే వాడికి ఆ క్వాలిటీస్ ఉండాలి, ఈ క్వాలిటీస్ ఉండాలి అని.
So hi everyone, I think we have most of them joining in now. But first of all, how was I know that you had a mock ROE one yesterday and there was a mock ROE today. So just want to get high level feedback on what do you think on the ROEs. Are they difficult? Are they workable? Did you experiment the collaborative approach where you'll have a group like discourse forum or anywhere you can? It's an open book and open collaborative exam. So which means that you can collaborate with your colleagues. So how was the experience over the mock?
Yes, sir. The questions are definitely solvable, but definitely not if you try to do it alone. Like I guess the best approach in this test would be to priorly decide whom you are going to collaborate with, and then decide who will solve the question, which question based on topics, master the topics, and then approach the test. I think that would be an optimal approach, in my opinion.
Sounds fair. Any other comments on how you were able to solve? Is there some interesting approaches you tried out over the mock?
Hi, sir. So I am Arendra. Yesterday, I doesn't actually get a chance to attend the mock one. I'm not sure I'm a capable candidate to give a feedback, but I like to share my thought. Yeah. So yesterday, my friends were frustrated. Like this is very impossible thing to complete in the 45 minutes because the tasks were very difficult. They said. So the 45 minutes timestamp is very difficult to achieve. So we couldn't complete in time. So they can increase the time up to 75 minutes or so like that. Yeah. So like the previous guy, I'm not noted his name. Like he said, they can collaborate. So we can collaborate in a team and able to solve the problems. In a team like six or 10 members form a group, and two or three members pick like two members can pick one questions, and they can solve up to 10, and one or two guys can evaluate the answers which is taken from internet somewhere else in ChatGPT or somewhere. So yeah, so like I just share my thought. Yeah, thanks.
Sir, today's mock actually it is showing the exam has ended actually like.
Yeah, the today's exam it was open for 45 minutes. So it was open at 8 a.m. and 8:07 and it closed by.
No. Actually, what it is showing is your exam is ended on 17th November 2024. It is showing actually.
Okay. So did anybody have challenge in accessing the link today? Mock 2.
Sir, to enter the answers, I had to run that script which was given in the notification, because in the message it has showed that this script is used to evaluate, but to input the answers itself I had to run the script. So I was able to access it, but I had to run the script to enter the answers itself.
I think you should be able to use the portal directly. It is accessible at any point of time for check. I think I did the check this morning as well as a couple of minutes back.
I understand, sir, but the answer boxes themselves were not accessible on any question.
Yes, for me also the same problem, but also it is showing that the exam is ended on 17th November 2024.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically the exact ROE which was there for the previous term. So that will show that way. But as long as you're able to check your answers and save the answers, I think we should be able to. I mean, this is more of a markup. You'll try to understand what it is. But
Okay.
it's a mark, and what we are trying to do is to exactly show you what the previous term ROE questions are, which was launched on 17th November for the previous term. The exact questions. There is no modeled questions we are keeping out here.
Actually, what the problem is, I was even unable to check my answers because the input box were, it was not open to answer. So that's why.
I didn't see that for me. Did anybody else have the same problem? Did anybody?
If you use the code which you I think the code which is given in the mail, then all those boxes are open up. Like if there are some input boxes which are closed, but then you have to kind of tweak it in console as well.
Yeah. I used it in the console, and I also tried that too, but I don't know why it didn't open for me. So I have to check it. Okay.
That shouldn't be a challenge for you. I mean, at least for me, I didn't have a problem. But if that is the case, okay. So as you're able to load the answer, I mean, load the script on the console, you should be able to access the portal. And this portal will be available. Like once you can try it even afterwards. Although it shows it's ended, you can still you can keep it open and then check the answers. That is possible. It's a backend evaluator script will always check the answers that are submitted. Okay, now jumping on. So I know that we have 63, almost 63 plus joined for this session. So can I get a quick count of how many of them are not even able to access this portal? Maybe if you can type 1 in the chat window, we'll get a sense of it, and we'll try to see what we can work around on that specific item. If you paste it in the console, yes. If you paste this script in the console, all the data buttons will be enabled and you'll be able to access them.
Sir?
Yes?
If the recording of the session will be available on YouTube?
Yeah, this is streaming. This is lively streaming on YouTube, so you should be able to.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, let's do. I thought of having this session in a similar way. How I think Aravind was mentioning about how to handle the ROE. So the current ROE Mark 2 has totally 8 questions. Now, what we can plan is, let's consider the same time limit, which is 1 hour. So, 45 minutes. Within 45 minutes, what we can try to do is, I'll focus on a couple of questions, and I want a couple of volunteers who can try on a few other questions. So basically, if someone can work on question number 3, you can I'll have the chat window I'll have the chat window open, so that whenever you chat, I'll be able to answer. So we can have someone can work out on 3, which is very similar to one of the GA assignments, and also to work on 5. So if anybody can volunteer 3 and 5, meanwhile we can run down through the remaining set of questions, and then we can have back and forth discussions. Maybe I'll park 3 and 5 for collaboration, and we'll.
I've done question 1 and 2, and
Sorry.
I've done question 1 and 2.
Yeah, we'll run down through the question 1, 2, and the remaining stuff. I either will have 3 and 5 for collaboration, and the remaining questions we'll solve, and we'll come back again. Like at the end, we'll see where we are.
Sir, could you solve that 4 and 5 alone? Rest all I completed, except the LLM.
Okay. No, yeah. What I meant to say is I'll be sharing the screen now. We'll work together on solving.
No, like 4 and 5, I was not able to understand itself how to figure it out. So could you just do 4 and 5 also, like?
Okay.
Apart from
I'll park 5 for the last, and then I'll come back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So is my screen visible? Okay, my screen is visible. So totally there are 8 questions covering up the different modules 1 to 6. So let's go to the first question. The first question is on download the HTML file. This is a zip folder, and we'll have HTML files underneath, and there are 3 sets of columns. I mean 3 columns: types, units, and price. And our idea is to identify the ticket type, which is gold, and then find how many units and each unit price, and count the total price or the total sales for gold in the given data set, and round it for 2 decimal. So let's say you get all rows where the type is gold, and there are the hindrance there is the gold is not specified as a predefined, or let's say unified value. It can be upper, lower, or camel case. So we have to incorporate a specific logic onto that. Now let's see the data set. For our quick scenario, let me. I have what I see is these are the different HTML files that I see, and let's say I'm opening up the HTML. This is the specific table. I have silver, first entry, gold. So in the HTML table file, I have table 1. Underneath, I have gold under different lower, upper, and camel case with unit price. And there are multiple tables. So table 1, table 2, table 3, and across. So my first approach would be to figure out tables, and then within the table, I'll have to figure out the individual entry, and from the individual entry, if that is gold, I'll have as a sum that needs to be populated. Let me. So for simplicity, I have downloaded all. Let me open up all the files here. Okay, so now I have all the files. So so let's say we are assuming goal sum equal to 0, and then I am taking a loop. So here the files are between 1 to 10. So I'll have 1 to 11, which is I plus 1, and open. So I can parameterize the file. So I'm typing, but I believe everyone is clear with what the section here is. We are having, so basically we have to open individual file here, and the file can be parameterized so that we can run it in a loop for each individual file. So this will give us reading or opening the file. Now let's say we are taking up HTML parser to parse the data. So let's say I capture all the tables first. So zoom dot find underscore all. So find what tables are. And okay, yeah. 14 tables. Of course, I can have close equals to table dot select body. So how do you basically identify this section? So what is the table and what is the table structure? You have to basically parse the data and observe what the scenario here is. So let's do this. We'll print the table. So here you can see for every table section, the HTML element starts with table, and then for every body TR, we have the gold and the units, and so we have the class elements here. So it's easy by reading the tables. Once HTML is parsed, we can try to understand what the HTML specific class we need to refer, and using that we'll be able to information. So what we are doing is for every individual element, again I'll be having for each row I have to find whether that ticket type is gold, and then if the ticket type is gold, we have to calculate what is the unit versus unit price versus number of units. So here we are able to find the column data, and from the column data, let's take ticket type. So the moment we take column data, we see that if you remember the HTML, the first column entry was gold or silver or the different type, and then we had a unit, and then we had the price. So all zero, and the first thing is we have a challenge with the letters as they can be camel case or lower or upper. So let's unify that everything to upper. And for check, we will also do a strip check so that it's trimming up the white spaces and we don't have any unwanted characters that is blocking us. Now let's say if the ticket type is equal to gold. Now I can start my procedure where I'll be finding out what is the total number of units for each entry, and also change this automatically. So here the units, we are taking call data one, and again doing the string strip. We can do price. Okay, I think, but for the price we want to take the float, and we have to do a rounding of 2 decimals. If you see in the specific section, here the question was to round to 2 decimals. So it's ideal to round this to 2 decimals by the time we get it. So round it by 2, and let's say total is equals to round into units class price 2. So this is again I have rounded to 2. Now let's say okay. Either total. So to quickly run down through again. So we are running a for loop and finding out what, each file. Under each file, we are finding out the list of tables, and from the list of table, for every individual element, we are taking the column data. From the column data, first, second, and third, we are able to identify the ticket type and the units and price, and we are calculating goals. So, oh. So what I get is 2020695.07. So let's see whether that is. So this is basically how we can define out. I'll stop here. Any specific questions? Yeah. I'm seeing the chat now. Okay. Understood. So I don't see any questions. I'll move on to the next one. So the next one is there are two CSV files, students and subjects, and the idea here is to identify. So let's you can see that students has student ID and class, so a unique identifier for each student, and the class where for the student, like where he belongs to. And subjects has again two columns. One is student ID, and subject is basically the specific subject which they have chosen. Now, the common ID between students and subjects is basically the student ID. So the question here is, what is the least number of subjects any class has taken up? List three count of subjects in order, like, from the lowest count of order. To find the unique subjects in each class and find the unique number of unique subjects in each class, then calculate the minimum of those, sort them in ascending order list. So there are two ways how we can handle this specific problem. You can do an Excel based pivoting, or we can do via scripting. So let me first load the data. We'll first load the data. So you can see there is student ID and the specific class. And if you open subjects, this is basically student ID and subject number. A quick check. It's been very silent. Am I audible? Everyone is able to see the screen and.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. Yeah, got it. So we just saw what the student ID and student ID is a common link between both. So what we can generally do is use a pandas library and then try to merge both the data frames. So read individual files as data frames, merge them, and perform the specific operation which you wanted to do. So let's say I'm using data frame 1 to do the CSV. So one quick notice, as we see here, there is no single. There's not there are multiple solutions to solve the problem. It doesn't mean that everyone should fit in a single problem to solve this. So you can use a different tool. That's where tools in data science comes into play. So you can use any kind of tool as long as you are able to get the answer. And the challenge here is how you use the tools in an optimal fashion. If you are an expert in Excel, you can do this in the same amount of time as you code here with respect to. We'll jump on that as well after this session. So let's say we are doing a merge session on both DF and the student ID is a common ID. So we have it now. Now we have to do, so here the ask is we have to group by the class with subjects that are unique. So which means that I need to take subjects and group the subjects according to class and find out find out subjects that are unique for a specific class. So this comes, let's say, so this goes by class. So let's do a group by group by, not, so our group by should be by class, because we wanted the class to be grouped and with subject, but what we wanted to do is n unique, so it's unique count of the number of subjects, and then so let's say now we have done the group by, now we have to sort it out from the lowest order, so that we get the first set of so sort values by subject ascending. We need ascending true. It can either be ascending true or it can be this. And then print sorted counts dot head. What we wanted is the first three. So let's say I'm able to print this. Okay. Let's see what's the challenge here. Oh, student ID is okay. So what we see here is 2R, 10G, and 6Y are the classes, and 11, 81, 90 are the order by which we are getting the data. So this will be 11, 81, and 90. Yeah, we're able to get this. Now let's say how we can handle this in Excel. So let me open up Excel. So let's say we want to copy the students and subjects here. So I'm just copying. I think I pasted students in a different one. So now we have students in the students tab and subjects in the subject tab. Now the first thing is to merge the general operation we have is lookup. So let's say I have to merge class to this information which I have. So the students is a subject. Let's say I do a VLOOKUP of student ID, and then I take subject. And as you know, this it has to be a fixed frame. So we use this marker to find its fixed, and then so here we are selecting A2 as an element to be checked. This is the array from which we are fetching the data back. From the array, it will check for the first element, and then two elements from the first row is what, second element from the table array is what it will pull back. And false is basically it will give condition only when it is true. I mean, only when it exactly matches. It won't give a partial match entries. So now I have all the different entries. So first let's try to find out the scenario where we have n unique or distinct numbers. So to get distinct classes, we have to go again. So once we look up, the next consideration is on pivot table. So we can go for inserting it to a pivot table. I'll add this to the data model, specifically add this to the data model because only when you can have certain mathematical functions to work. Let me keep it in the existing worksheet. So now I have the pivot table. All I need is, if you remember earlier, we had the class and we had the subject. So here we are using count of subject, but count of subject will be false because there can be same number of students opting for, I mean, more than one student opting for that same subject. So we need n unique subjects with students. So we go back to the function and take distinct count. So now we have the distinct count. Let's sort the option here. So sorting and ascending distinct count. So we have it here. So forget the blanks, but 11, 81, 90 is exactly what we had used here in the section. Okay. Now, is anyone ready with 3? Want to address that? Or else I'll park it and move on to the next and then come back again a little later. If someone wanted to direct on how this has to be done, you can still have that direction. I mean, you can, yeah, speak out. I'll make that correction for you so that we can keep it interactive. I don't want this to be like a one-hour session. We give,
Sure.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, in question number 2, Python code you are used, right? Can you show that one?
Yeah, this is the Python.
Yeah. So here you have grouped by that class and students, right?
Correct. Class and subject.
Yeah. So that one cannot be directly pick up like the top 3 alone in from the class, students, and the code count. Line number 7.
Okay. Yeah, this is the group by. Yes.
Yeah, this is a list, right?
This will be a group by frame. Uh, the group by returns a value which is a, a data frame, but okay, fine. Yeah, tell me. So this will be a list. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be list, right? So if you print the list itself directly, we can take, right? Can you print and write? Okay.
So the question I have is sorting has to be done. So next step we just sorting the same thing section with by subject. So
Okay.
if the question is whether you need a, I mean, it's just the way how we code. If you want, we can even add this to the same
Yeah.
group section and do a print. So let's say if I am, so you're going to get it here.
Okay.
So nothing big. It's more like the style which you want to follow. You can still use that same function over there and then reduce the number of lines.
Okay. I tried using like n list and got the n elements,
Okay.
like n unique, got the L, then made from that I took the unique and sorted the list. Directly I got the answer.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I mean that is true. Yep. Okay. So then I'll move to the 4th one. So finding the shortest path. So let's take some time to explore on this question. So what we are mentioned that we are an operations manager from for the world courier, and we are trying to find out shortest path between 2 cities like Casablanca and Warsaw. Now, what are the things which we have in hand? So we have a fleet that can fly directly between specific sites, and the distance between 2 cities are calculated using Haversine. So Haversine is nothing but safe. So Haversine is basically, although the Earth, I mean, any distance for a metric which we calculate in an plane, we always consider that the plane is flat, and that is how we calculate the specific distance. Haversine considers that Earth considers the sphericality of the Earth. So, which means that if you take 2 points on the Earth, it is not flat; it's slightly spherical or oblong, and we need to include that specific factor. So Haversine basically uses that principle and then tries to calculate. So not going deep into how the physics of Haversine, but we'll jump on here. Now what we have is the sequence of cities that the aircraft should fly to minimize the total distance is what the requirement is. Now let's say what are all the different flight connections. So we have flight from New York to London, Tokyo to Sydney. So these are all different existing flight paths. And the next thing is we have the latitude and longitude to calculate the Haversine distance. Now we want to find out the answer, which means that basically it will be like start city and the end city, and then find out the intermediate cities which are the shortest path for the given consideration, like what is the given place here. So okay, now the first thing is how to identify this data set. So I mean, if you want to check, you can always get this data as load it in an CSV and then still go around. But the better other way is also you can go through inspect element and then find out what the specific data sets these are. So let's say the moment you go to network, fetch HR and then have it. So let's see what this data set is and then try to yeah. So here already we have this data in shortest path JSON and cities region JSON. So going back to this 4, let's say if we want to further understand what the response is. So you can see 1 second. Oh, no, 1 second. Oh, maybe no. Oh, I don't see this in. Fine. This is for the. So we don't have. So what we have is we have only the details on these cities and latitudes. There is no specific JSON here. So the first thing is we have to go back and fetch this data and have it as a CSV. I think that's the only option here right now. It's not available as a specific JSON object. Now we'll go back. So let's take to. For quick, I have already loaded them as CSVs. Let me see if those CSVs are available. Yeah. So that long other paths. So let's see the lat long. So yeah, here we have the lat long and here we have the flight paths. Perfect. So let's first start reading the data set. So we have to use Haversing, and in order to find,
How do you get the CSV?
just copy paste in Excel. So, just open up an Excel. You just open up an Excel. Just open up an Excel and go to this page. Copy. Paste. That's it. Save it as CSV. Yeah. So now going to the scripting. So in order to find the shortest path, we do have we can use it directly using network X. So let me try to implement that with network X. We know we have already included pandas. So from our sim. Let's say I will configure the start city and the end city. Start city is Casablanca.
So is Haversing automatically installed in Collab?
No, it won't be. Definitely, it will throw up an error, and we'll have to pip install it. Yeah.
So can you increase the size? It's very.
Sorry.
Can you please increase the size of the text in the font?
Oh, you mean how to zoom it?
Yeah, thanks.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So I'm reading two CSVs. The first one is say ROE. That's CSV, which is path, and then we have the lat-long CSV. Let's say we are getting the location of the latitude and longitude. So what we saw is right now this is as worked as separate list. So returning that as a tuples. So let's say we get the DF city based on the data frame and the city. It will return yeah. So we have city and equals to city. Yeah, and latitude and longitude value is equals to, can use value is equals to 0 or can also use I log to 0. So this should return a specific based on the section DF and the city. It should be providing us the lat long. We can even test that real quick. So,
Why are you
Sir,
using the
one
specific DF?
spelling wrong.
Wouldn't you like if it's a function use df only because you're using it as a variable?
for network X, where we want to, I mean, let's say even for applying Haversine. For applying Haversine, we need a city, and from the city we have latitude, longitude. So it's better to have it as a function so that we can get the location of that function and then perform the different axes. So let's say if you want to run it in loops, like have city 1 as from and city 2 as from and to locations. So just to make sure this is modular, if we have this get function, you can even run down through the list on a easier way. Maybe was that clear? Like,
Sir, file name in DF1 is spelling mistake. Please.
okay, which one?
ROE.
ROE. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So let's say if I do get underscore log from df2, and let's say if I put so what happens? Let's say now if I put Casablanca, I should be able to get this. Now consider for every time I have a from and a to, so I can have a list which says from and to, and I can use this function to always get the specific lat long and then perform the distance calculation to find out which is the shortest distance. So let me work out on that, and then we will again come back if you still have question on that. So let's say I'm calculating distance. Now to calculate distance, all I have to do is apply Haversine between these two. Yeah, I mean this already gave it, but apply Haversine between two specific sections. So here, if you see, all I need to do is in the DF1, which is basically the paths. In the DF1, I can take, it will be from and to, although this is giving auto correction, but you can still do it. So from and to will be my specific data which I get from DF1, and using the DF1 data, I have to get the location based on DF2, which is the second data frame. I think now we are able to understand why we have this function. So with this, online we'll be able to find out or apply this function across the rows. So immediately once this applied, our DF1 will have the distance with respect to each section here. DF1. So now we have the distance calculator. You have lambda and apply or something specific which you do in pandas data frame. You can have a function defined. So here, apply function applies across different rows. So for individual row, we can apply that function so that we can calculate the respective distance. Now let's move on to calculating or creating a network and then finding out the shortest path. So to create a network, so we need a network X. Yeah. So we can create NX from Pandas edge list. All I need to do is I have to create DF1 where source is equals to from and target is equals to 2 and the edge attribute is going to be the distance. So I can create the network and to find the shortest path again NX shortest path. So G is my graph and or the network. So I have this. I'll see what we do here. So we'll have source equal to short city. Basically, to find the shortest path, the attributes which we have is source and destination, or source and target. So the source will be the difference, but just to give clarity to the code. So source equal to start city, which we have defined, and target equal to end city. So this is basically what we have here, and weight equal to distance. Now let's say we are printing shortest path. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Now we have Casablanca, Istanbul, Athens, Rome, Vienna, Prague, Berlin, and Warsaw. These are the 8 lists, and as we travel across this, we'll be able to identify the shortest network. I believe there are visualizations in the network graph for So let's say you can even do NX. I'm not sure it will work now, but let me see. NX draw, and if I'm not wrong, it should be G. Its labels equals to true, and but definitely I think it will require matplotlib. So iPlot as GLT. And then basically I'll draw and PLT show. So let's say whether we are able to see, here you can see the map. So this is the entire network which we had and the shortest distance. Maybe Casablanca starts here and then we travel across whatever Istanbul. So Istanbul, I can see Rome here. Maybe I'll remove. Can do another thing which is node list. Okay. You can color the edges, but I think I hope it is clear. But if you want to remove the labels and see, you can still see the graph here. So this is the entire graph network, and let me see. So this is that. So fine. So let's try this out. So this is what we are getting as an answer, but we haven't tried it out with the portal. So let's go back to the portal and incorrect. So let's see.
Maybe the commas are a problem.
Yeah. So
The quotes.
yep, that's done. So this is clear. Now 5, I think we said we'll come back again. I'll quickly run down through the remaining which is there, and then we'll come back again to 5, and so I'll move to 6. So correlation is again
So can you show me the code again?
Oh yeah. So basically we are using this specific DF1 where we have from and to, and you have to calculate the distance of these two cities to understand the shortest path. I mean, just the Haversine distance, the path. So in order to understand that, we need the lat long of individual city. So using lat long individual city, we defined a custom function to calculate or get the location. Use a lambda function to find out haversine distance between the two cities that are in from and to, and we list out all the specific distances. Now create a graph with network X, find out, fix out the edges as source, and use a distance as a edge attribute. And then finally find out shortest path. These are shortest path is basically default inbuilt algorithm in NX network X. So the next thing is on calculating correlation. I think this must be something very simple. So let me first load the JSON data. So calculating JSON. Okay. Is it loaded? Yeah, this is loaded here. Just if I want to see it, you can see that there is A and B and different entries for A and B. So pretty much straightforward. You have the CORR correlation function in pandas, which can basically provide you the correlation function. All you need to do is read the JSON. There is no listing here, so you can read it directly. So let's say I'm using calculate correlation JSON. So now you'll have read that. So now the car function will basically give a correlation table. Okay, you calculate the Q. So this gives a correlation table. Basically, it will give A versus A is highly correlated 1 and A versus B is minus 0.9688. So if we go back to the question is calculate Pearson correlation coefficient and round it off to 3 numericals, 3 decimal places. So this is going to be so this is a direct way by which you can get it. And on the other hand, we can also read it, get the JSON, read it out. We can use the functions in Excel as well to calculate this. So I think, yeah, we can still use Excel to calculate what the Excel has again linest and correlation specifics here. So you can use functions on that. So we'll move on to the next question, which is DuckDB. So here we are connected to a table called sales, and it's having 10,000 rows with 3 columns. So timestamp, category, and amount. So there are only 3 columns. Here the timestamp says when the sale occurred. It can start from starting week. So we have a start date. And categories, basically there are different types of category. Electronics, clothing, and multiple other categories. And then we have a sale value as a number. So these are the 3 entries. Yeah, Aryan Bartwal. Yeah.
Hi, good evening, sir.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, sir. Before you move on to the next question, I was not able to understand the part in the previous question, sir.
The Pearson correlation coefficient?
Yes, sir. So how did you get that JSON? Like we were doing that coding. How did we get that JSON?
You just click it and download the JSON.
Oh my God. Sorry, sir. I think I missed the point. Sorry, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
No problem. You can. So whatever is under the blue clickable button, you'll just click and download the JSON, and it's basic JSON format. We just saw that it's basic JSON, doesn't have a nested structure, so you can always directly use read JSON and then get it in the pure format. Only if it is nested, you have to work upon creating or differentiating each JSON loops.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So now going back,
So we did not discuss question 6, right?
We just completed question 6.
Okay, sorry, question 5. I would
Yeah,
mean.
question 5 we haven't. We have halted. Yeah, I said like 3 and 5 will wait until someone want to collaborate on their findings. If not, then we'll finally figure out how that works. Yeah. So coming to this DuckDB SQL query, the query is to find total sales amount of each product category pivoted by hour. So we have a timestamp, but we have to pivot it by hour. First condition. So aggregate the total sales amounts into hourly intervals. Now we have a timestamp, we have to aggregate into hour. Now the next thing is show total sales amount per category per hour to the nearest integer. So which means that we have to take the total sales and fill the missing combos with zeros and find out the nearest integer, which means that nearest non-null value is what we have to find out. And order the rows chronologically by hour and column in any order. So that is fine. We can we can use it by hour. That is good. So what we have a result is we have it for 1 day. So from hour 0 to hour 23, we should be getting data for 3 categories: electronics, home goods, and clothing. And okay, so let's see how we work on this. So okay, so we'll start with the query. Let's do the select query, and first thing is we can use extract from. So extract is basically extract the specific section from the timestamp. So we have to extract the hour from the timestamp. So you can use extract from hour from cast timestamp as timestamp as hour. So let's say I'm doing hour here. So hour. And the next condition is I have to make sure that non-null value is added to every individual set. So there are 3 categories which we have. So let's say I'm doing sum of case when category equals to home goods, then amount and 0. So I can repeat this here. So it should be home goods, then clothing. Electronics. Taking it from sales, the table, where our category should be home goods, clothing, electronics. So I need to group by hour for the individual timestamps. I'm extracting only the timestamp frame from that table, and I also have to order it by hour. Order by hour. So do you think this will work? So okay. Timestamp as timestamp. Parsing syntax as line is. As our okay. Timestamp from cast timestamp. So check. Okay. Now timestamp is the same, right? So we have timestamp as a function here. Timestamp is correct. Category is correct and amount is correct. So let's see. Oh, select. Okay, so now that error is resolved. So now you may need to add explicit typecasts. Fine. So some decimal, some okay. So now this is because what we observed is we need to get the non-null value, first non-null value. So in order to get the first non-null value, we use something called queries. Okay. Queries are let me see. So now we have queries, some case when category home goods and n, else 0. Okay. So understood. So I think the difference here is we have to find out if there is nulls, and if there is null, then it has to be replaced by the fill the missing combinations with zeros. I think that's where we are using queries. Okay.
So can you show the entire?
Yeah.
So you were using some, right? You started using Qualis after that.
Yeah. Obviously, I was waiting if someone can tell that queries has to be used. So I was waiting whether that will work. So since no one mentioned, I brought back that queries. Because queries basically gets the sum, and then if there is some specific value, then you use the value, or else it replace it as 0. Let's.
So can you scroll down?
Yeah, sure. Let's see what queries function basically does. So let's see here again. So when you have queries null, and the specific value, so it returns the first non-null value in the list. So provided we don't mention anything in the queries function, and let's say if we want to fill the nulls with zeros, then basically, yeah, it returns the first non-null values. And we'll move on to the 8th one. So for the 8th question, did anybody try and they got the result? I wanted someone to explain what they have tried and how they got the result.
Yeah, sir, I got error.
Okay, so what did you try? What was the?
Yeah, I used one prompt and then enter my AI proxy. But
Okay.
I got error.
No, you got error or you got the answer?
I got error, sir.
Oh, you got the error. I was asking if someone got the answer and did they try out with.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, yes, we can create. So there is Akshit Mittal. So you tried save only yes or no. Do humans need oxygen to breathe? So did you try this out and then you got
Yes, sir. I got the answer.
perfect? So there are multiple ways by which you can make sure that an LLM can be asked to work as yes. So consider like giving out exactly. I was about to say this. Writing a poem about 5 years old. So you can even have a character with the name yes. Let's say you have a character name yes, and you can explain about the character, what the character. It's like a fairy tale, and then finally ask who is the protagonist of the story. Then it's going to say yes. And there are other ways of even mentioning yes. The other ways would be like specifically use a cipher. And so you know about the ciphers, right? So ciphers basically shift the letter by 3 and then you will get the answer. So essentially instead of YES, you write the last 3 letters before Y, 3 letters before E, and 3 letters before S, and then mention that is a cipher tool, and you have to find out the answer of that cryptic word, and then you can find what the cryptic word is going to be. So there are different ways by which you can get this detail. Yeah, Andrew, yes.
Yes, sir. Would you be releasing the code for this session, sir?
I don't think that should be a challenge, but let me quickly check this out, and then I don't think it should be a challenge. Anyways, it's streaming now. Everybody would have seen it. I'll see it, and if there's, we can have a discourse post, and then have this.
Or you can just share the collab notebooks.
Yeah, exactly. On the discourse portal, I can share it.
Yes, sir. You can just post it and put it on the Discord. Yes.
So I think for the prompt, it must be pretty much clear. Like you can try these different prompts and different use cases. I mention especially stories or tales or different ways of password or cryptic cipher. So you can use it. Oh, I mean, cipher is basically. So if you see, this is cipher cryptography. So basically, if you want to so you create. If you want to create an name author, you can have a different cipher metric and then add a different logic here. I think if you had watched movie National Treasure, I think there Nicolas Cage will have that cipher mode and he'll just try to work around. But similarly, you can define whatever cipher text and cipher. You can read about this. It's a cryptographic method, and you can define like this is what. So let's say if you want to have VR discovered, save yourself. So this basically goes as F and D. So you can see that F and D points, the array F and D points to W. So if you have the cipher text, you'll be able to point out and understand what the answer is. So similar to that, if I want to say, I'll crypt the word and I'll say this is a cipher array. Find out G, X, A, and GD. It will show you. It will say yes. Okay. Now we move on.
So, sir, how do we use this cipher in the model?
No, this is more like you define a cipher. So it's not a model. It's basically a cryptic tool by like how we say that yes can be a character in a fairy tale or a story. You can define yes based on. You can tell the LLM say that this is my substitution array. This is what I'm having in my substitution array. Now this is my cipher text. Can you tell what my final crypt is?
So, sir, it means we have to put this matrix in
You can
the
explain
prompt.
that to the LLM. Yeah, exactly. So let's say, I think the basic one is.
Yes, sir, if you can just demonstrate how we can use this method, because this seems really good.
So here the Caesar, one second, yeah. Let me also brush up things here. So the Caesar one is the easiest one. It will basically simply and oldest one. Yeah. So this is basically shift 3 letters exactly. So let's say letter A becomes D. So if you want to say, let's say if you want to populate, let's say ROE. So now ROE will be, let's go back to the, so if you see, A will become D, B will become E. So which means that you will have, so Y will become B. So that's what they have here, right? Y will become B and E will become H. So let's say if I want to type yes, I'll give B, H, and yes. Yes is going to be V. So if you say V, so this is my cipher text. Find out the what does this relate to, or how does that yeah, how find out what the cipher text says. So
Yes,
it
sir.
can
So sir, it means that we have to say that we are using Caesar cipher,
exactly.
and I have to give this word, and then it will say.
Caesar
Okay, sir.
cipher with the rotation. So rotation basically it goes with rotation 3. You can even go with rotation 1. You can say I am building a new Caesar cipher with rotation 1, which means that every letter will be rotated by 1 meter. So in this case, I am getting a cipher text which is Z, F, and T. So what is the what is a encrypted information? Then it will say yes.
Right side. This is a very smart approach, sir. We often use this in our aptitude. Thank you so much.
Good work. Okay, so moving back, I think we have question number 5 and we have question number 3. So question number 3, would anyone want to try this out? I know that would you want? I know that this is a part of the ROE, GA. How do we enhance or allow that? There is no answer box here. So how do we introduce that box above? Just consider that it's an ROE, and let's say I don't know the answer. You are supporting someone and trying to collaborate. Yeah, please, Varghese, Selvin Varghese.
Yeah, so initially I will inspect the word where what is JSON body is there. That
Yeah.
one we can inspect using like Control Shift I.
Okay, I'll
Control
do.
Shift I.
So I'm going to do Control Shift I. Okay, then.
So directly it will come. Then go to the elements in the Control Shift I. Yeah. Now click on the top menu, left corner, inspect icon would be there. In the elements console, source and all is there, right? In the left side. Okay. Inspect icon is there. If you can see in that left side itself, if you go top to top, yeah, that inspect icon, click on that, go to the line number, what is that? JSON. Yeah, that line. Yeah, click on that. Yeah, once that is clicked, below you have the style boxes, right?
Yeah.
No, in the inspect itself below, if you see, you have the styles.
Yep.
Yeah. And disable like pointers and opaque in the area box. The second tab, second line. Yeah. Disable those two. Yeah. And below one also. Just click on. Yeah. So now it's been disabled. Now again scroll down. You have the display and none, right? Above, just above. Not that one. Just above. Yeah. Display none. Just untick that one. Yeah, it will be enabled. Just try clicking. I think you have unticked something else. It should come.
Okay, so basically,
For me, it came.
Yeah, I think that works. So this should be the way. I mean, outer elementary, background, opacity is clicked, and
You can reload the page also. That also will work.
yeah.
Text area should be input.
Yeah, this AI I think is hit and miss. Like I tried the Caesar cipher, it did not work.
Caesar cipher didn't work. Okay, I mean, you see that last disclaimer we have, right? So as long as the LLM says yes, case history will be correct. Careful, if you get the correct answer, submit and don't change it. So if you constantly use an LLM has this hallucination. So although it is capable of answering questions, it's not providing the same answer every time you prompt it again. So that's how they do fine tuning, and you have hallucinations with respect to LLMs. So let's say even if you type this again with a different context and add much more data using the cipher, you can see it might respond back. And also it varies with different models. So Mistral model or basic or Llama 3.1. So each model has a different interpretation, and because of the training with which we had that. So I think question number 3 would be straightforward, where right now we just unblocked the. So this is text motor. So we have.
Sir, you can just click on that JSON box, inspect the JSON body. JSON body. Now change the style directly. No, style is the first icon. By default, it's been selected. Yeah.
So I'll do it again. So
Go to the top. It's in top only. I think, wait. 1 minute. I think again you missed that correctly. Yeah, expand that icon itself. In elements, if you see there, elements top. Yeah, there expand that way. There expand and select like that text area. Now you disable the second tab, second one, opaque and pointers. Yeah, disable both. Then scroll down, display. Yeah, display none. Yeah, and disable, delete that disable in elements itself. Delete that one.
okay.
Yeah, now it should work.
Now it works. And maybe, this is basically you can use the same discourse forum if anyone want to. Basically, ROEs work with this way, so you can have collaborative effort where someone might not know this completely, and you can support them by providing directions so that they can go to the next stage where they can answer the specific question. Now, jumping back to this question, so I think this is pretty much straightforward, where we just have to provide a prompt and. I hope can someone share the prompt that you have used. So it's basically you have to put the specific JSON body here. There is nothing to be called back. I'll look in for the chat and see if. Okay, or else we can even go ahead with just say using model, and let me start working on this. Would someone want to try this out? JSON body for the model. Yep, I see Telvin Varghese. So let's see, we are using this. This is not closed, I guess. Okay. Aryan Bartwal, approach of inspect work. Yes, did this work, and I still see that.
I think it's broken due to limit in
Oh,
number of
limit.
records.
Okay. So here, let's say model, we are mentioning GPT-4o mini, and the message we are saying the role is basically the system role, and content is responding JSON. And for the user role, we are requesting to generate 10 random addresses in US. And some of the other structured inputs which are providing are the objects and the fields that we need to enter in. So address, which is type array, and description, list of random addresses, and items, and zip. Zip should be again type numeric. Right? Yeah. Properties to false. Okay. That's correct. So we have description address object insert database properties address stuff. Yeah. What else we need to add here? You may want to add the additional properties first. Let me just quickly check the JSON body structure. JSON body structure.
Sir, I have restarted the remaining.
Yeah. So thanks. One second. So let's see model GPT-4 mini messages. We have the system role, which is respond to JSON, and the user role, we are asking to generate 10 random addresses in US. Response format, we are taking JSON schema as a response format, and okay, the type is JSON, and the response details are basically name, address as one field, and the address schema will be address object to answer to database properties as. Okay. And we are mentioning the you have added zip here. Okay, zip code of the city and city type and city address, and then longitude of the address, and then finally the additional properties. We have to put as false. So what is the challenge here? Just have a state property.
I think question is different for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for me it's actually state, longitude, and
yeah. So you can directly change the state to string. Then
I'll just change the city to state.
Yeah. No, still order will be missing, right?
Wait 1 second. So this should be address, state, and longitude. Yeah. So okay, zip is not required.
Yeah.
in the interest of time, I think you get that logic here basically. Let me figure out what the challenge is, and then maybe I'll post it again in discourse for this specific item. Basically, you have to have that structure, JSON structure, which provides response format and the specific system role, user role, and then the response format and the specific format structure which is requested here. So I'll just fix this out, and it'll be specific for each of you. And I hope this was not challenging for anybody.
Sir, for me, actually, I got the same question as GA, so I directly solved it.
Okay. But anyways, I think that's more of a structuring. So maybe we'll just spend some time on structuring that.
But the main problem is the time.
Yeah, of course. I think we have crossed 1 hour 30 minutes. Right? So that's how collaboration works. So at the beginning, I said split out 3 and 5 to different section, or split out 1 and 2, and then work around. So by the time when I asked someone want to try a 3 and 5, it was actually 45 or 46, somewhere around that time. So it's all about collaboration as well as making
So
sure.
is it like recommended that if the questions are almost similar in approach, we kind of split in teams and solve individual questions, and then kind of
See, ideally, it will be like how you solve the problem. So the reason why we have these markups is basically to get you a sense of how the ROEs are, so that you can devise a solution. Right now, the solution is something like the get location function, and so somebody else will be getting another start city and end city. So if you are able to fetch this function and then share it to everyone on this is the approach, and you can try this approach, understanding this approach, and then work it out. Anybody can work it out. So as long as you're able to build this modular code, you can most of them can be able to complete it. Like if you split across and then try working around, you'll be able to. Your code should be modular so that it can handle the specific use cases. So start thinking about scripting in a modular function or parameterized functions. Do not use
so that everybody can kind of use those parameters which are changing.
Exactly. So
Okay,
we'll have
One more doubt, sir.
Yeah.
So these questions are like similar to GS, where we can check it out and save it out. So if this is a fixture, like we can at least save some questions answer. So
if this is the
structure for the actual ROE also, then at least some people can save it, like default save if you enable it. While writing the answer itself, it will be automatically saved or not, like that.
You mean from the portal?
Yeah, portal itself, we have to click the save button, right? Here.
Yeah, the portal basically, when you click save, it records your entry.
Yeah, it saves, right? So can we have a toggle button where we can have an option auto save and manual saving?
We are working on that, yeah.
Because
So
if someone is like expert and he knows everything is like timely, he can enable that auto saving. So even if he type the wrong answer, he will lose the data, but still he can reload, right?
See, autosave is more like when you say autosave, it's not something controlled at a server level, it's controlled at the client level. So autosave is more like a client function, but understood. We'll focus on that. Yeah, we'll focus on
because that would be easier. Because if anyone's like misses to save it because of the pressure of the ROE, then he will lose full marks, right?
No, yeah, totally understand. Point valid. We'll take it up, and yeah, we'll keep you posted on that. Like, yeah, I'll quickly run down through this in the interest of time. I'll quickly run down through the fifth question, and then we'll see how we can handle this. So, the fifth question is the only one which is remaining. Yeah, it's so here we are again from the same courier and trying to do have business across 62 franchises, giving each region all couriers from inside. And what we are trying to do here is we have latitude and longitude, like given new requests. There are 5 latitude and longitude we have. And these are the franchisee numbers. So one franchisee comes under these sections. So which means that these are the cities. You have lat long, and anything within that region will fall under this franchise. Let's say you have Warsaw, Helsinki, Stockholm, Moscow, and Istanbul. So that forms a franchise. So consider this as like polygons, and any if the particular lat long falls within that polygon, you just have to work around. You can understand that this is a franchise that you have to work. Now we are able to identify what the polygon is. Now any point inside a region is served by corresponding franchise. Assume Earth is flat. Here we are not using any Haversine. Right answer a sequence of franchise numbers supported by the command. So here now the question is how you have to identify, given a franchise and it edges, you have to figure out the polygon. And next thing is the given latitude and longitude, you have to find out if that falls within the given polygon. So you can use something called shapely geometry here. So there is something called shapely geometry. Let me quickly take this out. So shapely geometry. Polygon point polygon and import JSON. If you remember, we checked that these two data were available as JSONs from the direct portal, and downloaded these JSONs. So let me quickly take up these JSONs. So regions. So we see this is the regions JSON, and you have that cities and the specific polygon. So each franchise and its code, we have it here. So let me try to open it up.
See, for this also you did used Excel or something? How did you get the region JSON?
From the
Okay, from the developer tools, huh?
yeah. So from the network, which I can do. So I see this is a regions JSON.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So you can just open it in a new tab and then get this entire data. So okay, regions and data equals to JSON dot. So here, let's take data. So I'll have from the data, I can see there are points, but the catch here is, let's see, there is cities and what are the other things we have? We must have regions. So you see we have cities here. Yeah, we have cities and regions. So if you see Delhi, Muscat, these are the regions, and their respective lat long or their lat longs are available as points underneath. So let me go back, and you have the cities as well here. So let's go back here. Pages data. Okay. So we split cities and regions. Now I think once we do it, let's say I will see what is regions. So in a region, you'll have all these cities in place. So we saw this, we saw Warsaw, Helsinki, Moscow, and Istanbul, right? So that is the region or the polygon which we are looking at. And if I take cities, so these are individual lat long for the cities. So these two are available. Now I have to create a polygon or a coordinate using this region. So let's start. So for region in regions, let's say I need to find region coordinate. So region coordinates list, and I just take the coordinates for that individual city. So for city in region coordinates append so append. So we are trying to do here is we are appending city 0 and city 1. So basically trying to get the coordinates. Yeah, city 1. Now we create polygon using coordinates, and if region polygon dot contains the request point. So that is basically what we are going to introduce, the specific lat long which is requested. Okay, so now I may introduce region now anywhere. Okay, so I have to loop this for every individual region number. So region number is nothing but the polygon. Let's say if Delhi is one polygon and Delhi list is one and the Warsaw is other one. So let's say I'm defining region number 1, and by the end of this for loop, I'm updating the next polygon. So which means that in the for loop for every region, it will find out whether that falls in that region or else it updates to the next region. And the regions are numbered in 1 to in the orderly fashion. If you see here, I think we have that in the right order, 1, 2, 3, and everything. So we have that list. Now let's say what you're trying to do here is for every list we have the cities and the coordinates. So we are creating a polygon with this coordinate, and polygon is basically in a geometrical area, and if this latitude and longitude falls within that geometrical area, we want to identify what franchise it is, basically the regional number. So we are doing a for loop, and every for loop it will find out whether this latitude longitude falls in this polygon. If yes, it will give this number, else it will update region number +1 and then move to the next polygon. So let's say the request point. Okay. Request point equals to so let's say this is my request point based on my condition. This is the first request point I have, and if I try to run this out, okay, this is cities and cities 1. So unmatched. So goes up and cities. Yeah. So this is a complete logic. So we are creating a geometry, and from the geometry we are identifying whether the point is lying within the geometry. So this denotes that the 26 13 59 is basically in franchise 62. Let's say what is this data? So this is showing up in map. Let's say in map, if I zoom out, I can see that this falls under Western Sahara. So somewhere in the northern African plains around here. So let's see the franchise 62. Rio de Janeiro, Accra, and Casablanca. So this is the closest. So let's say Rio de Janeiro will be here. So Rio de Janeiro is here, if I'm not wrong, in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro. So Rio de Janeiro, Spain, Casablanca, and where is Accra and Lisbon? So probably Lisbon should be here, and see where is Accra. So just find the directions of. Oh yeah, Ghana. So here it is. So now, yeah, here it is. So you can understand this structure, right? So basically, we have a polygon here: Rio de Janeiro, Accra, Lisbon, Casablanca, and then you have this closed polygon. The specific lat long will fall under this polygon, and it will return the this logic will return you the number which is 62. Similarly, you can run down all the numbers for individual section and then add the detail here to get this answer. Okay, I think we have run 40 minutes more beyond our regular schedule. I'm going to stop sharing. Any questions before? Yes, Varghese?
Sir, this question I did not understand it.
Oh, okay. So I'll take some more time. So now consider this plane, which is Rio de Janeiro, Accra, Casablanca, and Lisbon. So what they are trying to say is these are the edges or the cities by under for the franchise 62. So consider
it's like a square.
Polygon.
Okay, yeah, okay. It's different. Or yeah, okay, fine.
So it's a polygon basically. It can be any shape. It can be a square.
Any shape. Okay, okay.
So which means that these are the edges of that shape. Now, if any latitude, the 5 points which are given to you, if that falls under the polygon, you have to give the specific number, which is that 62 or the franchise number. Now we just check that this is a latitude.
Even the answer or like where?
Yeah, this is the latitude which I have, which is 26 point and minus 13. And based on the script which we just wrote, create, this is the point which we have. We can even try another one. So let's say we are trying this 48 and...
No. 1 minute. So you are taking that point, right?
Yeah.
So if I have like, I have an outside for loop in the 12th line.
Okay.
Okay. So where I will have a list where all the points as a loop tuple. And each point, if I run, all the 5 lines
exactly. That is correct. Yeah. With that you will be able to get the complete list. I just pointed out and
can you show me like how I did not get the point? That's why how to do that.
You mean you didn't get the point as in?
No. Here like first 13th line is there, right?
Yes.
Question. Yeah. No, 13 line 13 follow.
Okay.
Yeah, you are iterating over each region.
Correct.
Yeah, correct, right?
So what happens is, okay, first is for every region in the region, we are taking the region coordinates list. What we are trying to do here is we are first trying out the regions, each individual city, latitude and longitude. Based on latitude
that value from that list itself. Okay.
Yeah, so city 0 is latitude and city 1 is longitude. So from latitude and longitude, we are creating a polygon using this region coordinates. So let's say region coordinates is an empty list. Now, under each region, we'll have a list of cities. So for that region, the list of cities, I'm going to up and lat long for each individual. So if I go to...
It's already in the list, right? That's what I could not understand.
Which one?
It's already in the regions list, right? We have.
Okay, so show you what is
yeah. Could you print that regions and list?
So regions will basically have only the franchisee list. So you see, this is Delhi, Mumbai, Kathmandu. This is the region. This is region 2. The franchisee or the second order which we have.
It's cities, right? Not the franchisee. That's what.
Now, this is regions. Now, if you go to cities, cities will have individual city and its lat long.
Okay. Can you go to the question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, there only like cities is showing, right? That's what
I
I
mean,
was.
totally understand. So, city is latitude and longitude. Now, if you're able to fetch this as a single CSV and then separate that as a one data frame, then you can directly use that data frame altogether. All you need to do is you have to forward fill or make sure that all this come under one franchise or one region. And from that, you have to populate each individual polygon. So it's since you've taken it from JSON. From JSON, I have this structure as cities and regions separately. The JSON which I have, it will have regions and cities.
No, how
separate.
did you get that JSON itself?
We're using inspect elements and then run so that you get it in the network tab. I just showed it in the beginning.
Okay. No. In the question, there is no region. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean, see, very simple. As I mentioned, anytime when you have a data in a web portal, you can always figure out the end source data. If it's a table or if it is, you can find out the structure or the element by which it is represented. So immediately when you have this, you can try it out and see whether what is a JSON object. So if you read the JSON object, it is split into cities and regions from a JSON perspective. If you take it from the front end, copy paste it in a CSV, that's altogether a different scenario. There you don't need to split into cities and regions. Then it will be a different scenario. This all individual. So if you copy it in CSV, you will have franchise one, and for the next 8 entries or 7 entries, you will have single rows, all having Delhi. You can do text to columns, convert latitude, longitude, and you can do a forward fill and then make it all one. Then it will be checking like if as long as this is one, run this loop and then find out what the different lat long for each city, each franchise or each region is, and then move to the next one. So there are different ways you can handle it based on the data which you have.
Okay, fine. So so this is regions and cities. I understood. Okay.
Exactly. So from a structure which we have, here I have regions which will be Delhi, Mumbai, and Kathmandu, all these regions. And underneath cities, I'll have each individual lat long. So basically, I have to run this in 2 loops and then find out what is the individual coordinates and then create a polygon. And next thing is check simply whether that polygon is contains within that. Requested point is contained within the polygon.
Okay, got it. Understood.
So we have to close this session. I hope this was interesting. Yeah. Yes.
So can you just show me how did you get
Sir, can you show the code once? Just
yeah, sure.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, could you just share the collab link? Just copy paste it in the chat, no? Before, just save it and I'll just yeah. Thank you.
Okay. This will be available on YouTube. It's still streaming, and I'll share the collab link over here and also in discourse.
Yes, sir.
System is frozen. Okay. We'll wind up the session here. I'll just wait for this link.
Thank you so much, sir, for the session.
Yeah.
We got
I'm sharing the link, but anyways, my system is stuck and I'm not able to provide access to everyone. I'll just provide the access once it's back. Yeah, okay. And if there's further questions, please have it ready. We have like mock-up sessions throughout this week, so you can follow up or ask any questions on regarding that in the next sessions. Okay, then we'll wind up here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Sir, the collab is asking for access.
Yeah. My system is stuck. I'll just make private access.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Good night.